Okay, we'll call the meeting. Oh. Okay.
Try something a little bit different. Just kind of did some research, talked to some other counties about how they organize and stuff. And this way I can see all of you. Also talk about staff about how to do RFPs. Kind of work on the agenda a little bit so that we kind of group them. So public works RFPs are together, ASB, finance. That's why Krista and Aaron are sitting here right now, so that they can get in. Give you their presentation. You can ask them any questions. You can vote, and then they can go on with their day because we're falling behind. And just a little more professionalism to the meetings, hoping that it will speed your meetings up a little bit, also. Because. Here we go. We're always running around looking for mics. And so when we have staff sitting in the back, we're running around trying to get them a mic and all this kind of stuff. So we're kind of trying to streamline it so they come to the presentation spot. They present after you guys are done with them. we let them go and get on with their day. So.
Okay. Call to order at 10:05. First order of duty is swearing in of Deputy Reeve Needs.
I, Sheree Needs, solemnly swear and truly declare and affirm that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability, exercise the powers and duties according to the law, the office of Deputy Reeve for the County of Stettler, No. 6.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Any agenda additions or Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add U16 soccer, I think it is. So Nikki has some information for us. They have a sponsorship, and it goes. The emergency with this one is it goes before our next meeting. So if we can discuss it and have a decision on that, that'd be great. Thank you. I'm not. You can put it wherever you like on the agenda.
7.8. Council package additions. So number 6, delegations at 3:30. We have Shayla McNeil coming in. She's the winner of our Ag Service Board bursary. We have amendments, update to the amendments for the land use bylaw. So it'll be under bylaws 9.1, bylaw 1611-19. And then we have 2 consent agenda items. 11.3, Penobscot Farms concerns Lone Pine Colony Water application, and 11.4, Lindsay and Donna Penobscot, the East Central Transfer Out Transmission Project.
And also, I'd like to add, if we could, to a request to review our procedure by council procedure bylaw to update and our CAO bylaw to update. Look through both of them and they're in need of updating.
You want that under 7.9 or under bylaws?
Probably.
I
just want permission for us to
go ahead and I'll put it under 6.
6.1.
6.2, your delegation 6.1.
Oh, right. Well, you're right.
6.2 is bylaw dates, CAO and council. Okay. Any others? Seeing none. Councilor Gender? favor? Carried. Minute approval for our May 8th regular County of Stettler council meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I've read those and seeing no errors or omissions that jump out at me. I would like to move those to the table for adoption.
Any questions or concerns on the minutes? All in favor? Carried. May 22nd special County of Stettler number 6 council meeting minutes.
I'll move those, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions or concerns on it? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. New business, request for decision, 2019 strategic plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll turn this over to Shauna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a really short presentation on your strategic plan because you haven't viewed it yet since we had our meeting with the consultant to go over it. It's going to be super quick, I promise. And then before you actually have the plan in its entirety, this big document that Nikki just handed out. And so, of course, I just want to present this to you before you pass your budget. It's prudent for us to make sure that the priorities that we set out in our strategic plan are reflected in our budget. So, so we obviously went through this process. We started in February this year, and now we're just approving our strategic plan now in June. That's not ideal. In the future, what we'd like to do is start our strategic planning for the next year in August and September. And we're going to maybe switch up the way we do it in terms of having a consultant come in, or the ways that employees and staff will present their basically their wish list of priorities to you, and then you guys will shuffle through those before you begin your budget deliberations instead of after. And just try and flip the timeline so that we're doing this in a more logical manner. So this is just a proposed timeline for our next strategic plan, obviously, because we've already gone through the process for 2019. So the areas that we address in our strategic plan are just overall functions that the county handles. So obviously public works and infrastructure, they're a large portion of our budget, therefore they're a large portion of our strategic plan. Recreation and culture, planning and development, emergency and protective services, governance, which is the goals and objectives that you guys set for yourself, and operational excellence, which is the goals and objectives that Yvette would set for us in order to make sure that we are providing you with the best possible service. So quickly to go over the goals and objectives that we agreed upon in Public Works and Infrastructure. The first one was that we adopt an aggregate levy bylaw. The second one is that we develop and adopt a road philosophy. And so in this document, it will actually tell you where we are in that process and when we hope to achieve it. So I'm not really going to go over that with you guys. And the second reason I'm not going to go over it with you is because when we give you updates quarterly, these things will change. Whether or not the project is stalled, whether or not it's been going forward, whether or not we've allocated funds, whether or not we're postponing. Those things are fluid, and so they're not the most important part of the strategic plan, and those change constantly. So it's before you in this document. We also want to maintain a long-term gravel supply, and we've been taking steps towards that. The council will provide direction on water infrastructure and water servicing through a philosophy or policy document. That we adopt a plan for what to do with any county lands that are in excess, that we adopt a plan for the reserve funds, for municipal reserve money that we take in, what to do with that money, that we develop a policy to deal with recreation and culture funding requests, and that we adopt a policy to provide community organization funding based on collaboration. That's actually from the recreation section, I believe, those two. Yeah. So the last two for recreation, and I think we talked at length about just trying to come up with a more cohesive strategy on how we fund community and recreation organizations in our community. And then in planning and economic development, we still have an ongoing goal to participate and fund the Stettler Board of Trade and determine what that looks like for us. Obviously, that we complete our ICFs, they have to be done by April 2020, as do the IDPs. We have to still integrate the Hamlet of Botham within our land use bylaw. And then we also have to develop a plan for reviewing our statutory plans. So Buffalo Lake IDPs, any IDPs of the town, municipal development plans. those kinds of things need to be reviewed on a regular basis, and we often, if we don't have a schedule, we might not remember to do those. And so this is to hold us both accountable, administration and council, for reviewing those plans. And then one thing that we added that we didn't discuss at the time of strategic planning is that we also now need to start integrating Gadsby into some of our operations. They are going through a viability review, so they aren't dissolved at all. So it's not a formal process that we're going to go to at this point, but just that it's on our radar screen that Gadsby is going to take up some of our attention this year, and we are going to be administrating them for the near future until their viability review is complete. So that was just an emerging issue that wasn't there in February. In emergency and protective services, you guys probably know that we are working super hard to update our emergency response plan. That's a significant goal for them and a significant portion of their time and budget. And that we also want to talk about egress and access to the South Shore of Buffalo Lake, more than one road in. In council governance, we have to adopt the reserve policy. We have to look at amending our procedural bylaw, scheduling, meeting efficiencies, etc. And then to also clearly identify our public consultation strategy, which may or may not include reopening the public participation policy, our advertising bylaw. There's a number of things that will go into that review. And finally, under operational excellence, we would like, one of the goals is to provide direction on what we do with this site long term. We need to adopt our asset management plan. We want to update capital equipment plans for each department. And then, of course, in accordance with the MGA, we're going to have to move to 4-year operational and 6-year capital budgets. And then we also, through the CAO's office, want to initiate a post-project review process. So that when we complete major projects, we provide you with basically a debrief on that project and move on and learn lessons and celebrate our successes that way. And then we also want to begin the review of our agreements and fees and services that we provide to villages, and that's starting now. So it's a long process that we're starting now. So that is the end of your strategic plan presentation, the quickest one I think I've ever done. If you have any questions, you can ask them now, and if not, then I would ask that you adopt your strategic plan as presented or with any amendments that you so see fit before you pass the budget.
So this will be on our iPad too and your good reader?
You bet. I'm going to put it, once you pass it, I'll put it under your strategic plan folder so that you always have it for reference.
Can we get notified if there's an update to it? Like if you're quarterly, just let us know that we should be looking there, because
well, I think for the updates, we'll present them to you in council through the CAO report, and then we'll update your strategic plan following that presentation.
And they're not in list of order here, what's priority right now, are they? Like some of these would rank, when we did the strategic plan, they ranked very high and very important, and some of these are as need and as done, right?
They're not listed in priority.
No, okay, so is there color coding it or something that we know?
Timeline. We're using them.
What I'm worried about is that, for one of the things that sit with me is review agreements with the charge villages for services provided. To me, that should be in red because it's something I think that's very important that we need to get done at a very timely manner. Budgets are coming out for everybody's going to be working on it. They need to know. We need to let them know what the deal is. So I think it should be a red priority versus, the aggregate levy bylaw. We've been working on that. We've talked about how we're going to work with it a little bit. Ad hoc recreation and cultural funding requests might not be as high a priority as say, either one of those other two.
I think what we should probably do is go, if you adopt the strategic plan, what we'll do is maybe do a priority exercise with council via email where you guys can flush out your top 3 priorities, and then we can indicate that in the plan.
Yeah.
Will that work?
Yeah. No, then we can somehow color code it or something. Just so council knows to keep it on the radar.
I think, just through to Mr. Nyberg, I think that the completion date sort of reflects the priority. It does actually reflect the priority. fourth quarter 2019 for the agreements with the villages, and some of the others are a little farther on, but no, I agree. Color coding on there would certainly bring our attention to it more.
Well, I respectfully agree with you, Mr. Nixon, but on the same token, we have agreements for what I feel is the villages providing services quarter of 19, and then the same with the ad hoc recreation stuff is also the quarter of 19, fourth quarter of 19. So I think we as council need to prioritize to administration what we feel is the most. I point that out, that was my priority, not this plan's priority. So.
But as a strategic plan, it's up to administration to come back to us if they're not going to meet those timelines.
Well, absolutely, but I mean, we need to give them direction on to say what do you feel is important, right? I mean, each individual councillor has their input in what's important, right? So, for sure.
Okay. Any other?
To that, I'll move that to the table, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried.
And Mr. Chairman, Shauna, that was well done. Very well laid out.
Just the right amount of time, Shauna.
Right.
Request for decision, re 2019 revised budget, page 12 of our package.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn this over to Krista.
So we've already gone through the approved budget back in January, and this basically is making any of the changes that we've identified and we've already discussed with you guys in previous planning sessions. But this will then also roll into the tax rate bylaw as well. So the biggest changes that we do have in the 2019 revised budget are the assessment changes changed our total tax revenue. So what we anticipated in tax revenue in our approved budget actually had fluctuations both in residential, farmland, and linear machinery and equipment. They all had changes because our assessment that we anticipated actually changed. The approved budget, we had a 3% residential, 5% farmland increase. We have maintained that also in here. Overall, those were the big changes. Federal gas tax, there was an increase in the grant revenue, so we changed that. And then we had some small changes in some operational expenses, such as insurance, legal, phone. There were some wages in some of the departments that we had to reflect some changes in that we hadn't done in the budget. Repairs, fuel, anything, just little ones like that. So that's basically what we've changed in the revised budget, and it was everything that we had previously discussed with you. So at the end of the day, we're still presenting a budget, and once we've got our cash flow in there too, I'm just going to flip to that page. So we're presenting on the first document. Of course, we've got a loss because we've got to reflect any of our changes for transfers in and out of capital or out of transfers in and out of reserves, sorry. And then we've also got to adjust for amortization. Once we've got that, we're ending the end of our budget with a cash surplus of $2,071. So that's what I'm presenting to you in the budget today.
Revised budget?
All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move to the bylaw section of the agenda and give council to consider the tax rate bylaw 9.2, bylaw 1614-19, and I'd like to refer to Sharon to present.
What page is that on?
270.
Thank you.
Today we're looking at going forward and approving the 2019 tax rate bylaw, and through the budget it is incorporated 3% increase in residential, 5% increase in the farmland, and there has been no increase to the non-residential portion of our tax rates. Through Section 353, Council is given the authority to allow for us to tax property within the municipality to generate reserve and expenditures and transfers within the budgets. I guess I go forward and would like to, as given in the bylaw report, like to have council go look at the recommendation to pass the tax bylaw and also give it first, second, and third reading.
Questions? All in favor? Carried. Councilor Gender? Any questions? All in favor? All in favor? Carried. You'll take it to third reading? Councilor Needs? All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to that.
You're opposed to that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So all in favor, Councilor Nyberg, are 6 in
Just on
favor?
third reading.
On third reading. Thank you, Sharon.
Mr. Chairman, before Sharon goes, I'd like council to consider 7.3. We just like to write off some taxes so we can apply for the perk. Sharon?
I'll turn over to you.
Page 33.
As presented in your request for decision, we can apply for the provincial education requisition credits for uncollectible education taxes for oil and gas properties. In this particular account, we have exhausted all of our avenues in order to collect it. We've gone through the legal system in order trying to collect it, and we've exhausted all of the revenue, or exhausted all of the ways that we can go out collect it. So I'd like to recommend that council look at approving a resolution for canceling in the amount of $25,846.72, and it covers the years from 2014 up to 2018. That we can from 2015 to 2018 that we can collect for the perk program. And then through MGA, the section 347.1 gives the authority for the council to cancel any taxes or reduce taxes as long as it is equitable.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move taxes as presented and apply to the PERC.
One note I would make, the County of Stettler administration and council lobbied heavily for the PERC, and I think this is something that's kind of feather in our hat, and we should definitely use it. So.
Any other questions? Concerns? All in favor? Carried. We've got 7.4. Rick was going to present that.
Yes, but right now I'd like to move into camera. And I'd like Shauna.
Councilor Nyberg is gone at noon also.
Great.
Yeah.
So I'd like Shauna, Andrew, Nikki to stay, and myself. Everyone else. Sorry.
Everyone else may be. I get it. Okay.
Mr. Chair, oh, go ahead.
Phone camera.
under, FOIP section 27, privilege information.
Yes.
Pays for it.
It's right here. Right.
Just waiting for Marlene, yeah.
Counselor Nyberg, voted us up, motioned us out of camera and with a unanimous vote. We're recorded now. Yeah, okay. We have all counselors with Dave present on the phone.
Yep.
7.4, I guess, does Marlene has to be here to write down any motion.
We can get it for, oh, there.
Under new business, 7.4, request for decision, award gravel crushing tender. Rick.
Could turn it over to our Director of Public Works, Rick.
6.
Okay, good morning. We put a tender out. We were hoping to do another pit as well, but we ended up just in the Bridges pit this year. It is critical to the way we have the gravel plan this year, so we were hoping to get at it earlier. But what we're looking for is hopefully a motion to go forward with one of the options that allows us to get moving on this, I guess, because we will need it by fall in order to put it on the road. So I've given you 4 options. We did go to a tender. We are having a little bit of a delay with the one low bid contractor, as noted in there, that he hasn't quite got his what do you call it? Well, his core. He's going through the process, but he has audits to do and things, and he's not through the process yet. So one of the options I've given you is to wait and let him go through that process to finish it. Another option is to award to the second low bidder, who is ready to go with a core at this time. You do have an option to postpone the decision. And I'm sorry, I wasn't fully prepared because I was planning this at about 1:30, not right now. So I hadn't done my review yet. So there's 4 options there. And, the other thing was maybe to wait, push the decision forward until next month to see if the audit and everything can get done, put him in play. The requirements of the actual tender did say that at the time of bidding, you had to possess the necessary documentation. So, one way or the other, the expectation was that cores and everything are in place and ready to go at the time you submit your tender.
Mr. Nyberg?
Have you had anything to do with Rockoff Enterprises, the Camrose? Have they seem like they're a reputable company to work with?
I've done the research. I talked to them at length during the bidding process. I've tracked some references on them already. They will be using a testing firm that is common, by the sounds of it, to the other contractor as well, and they've been doing a lot of work down in special areas the last little while, and that's where the references come in.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we have made an exception in the last time as well. I think it's council's decision that we have moved towards a more safety-conscious idea of dealing with our contractors, and to that end, I think we've given the low bidder a chance in the past. They knew the situation. Unfortunately, it pains me to lose a local contractor, but I think we have to set precedent, and so I will make the motion that we award the contract to Rockoff Enterprises in Camrose, or from Camrose, Alberta, for the amount of $182,160 to commence whenever administration feels need be.
Typically, what's our season contract?
What month do we usually start? What month do we usually end?
Try to get these things going in the fall, the year before, and or over the winter. In this case, we were waiting for another source to tie up, and it's kind of loosened up on us a little bit, so we just can't wait anymore. So. There was a letter that provided for the process that was being followed, subject to completing the audits and things that are required in order to get the full certificate. It'd be looking at a C Corps based on the size of the company. And the way we've worded it this time, because of the process being different on a C Corps to a Corps, the requirement has been we want to see the completed audit C Corps 100% rather than a letter saying we're going through the process and we're following something, right? Yeah, they don't normally keep reissuing temporary letters, and the core certificate as opposed to the C Corps, where the temporary letters are usually more thorough as far as your standing in the safety program that you have. The temporary letters we get for the C Corps are more about I'm in the process and I still have to do my audits and things like that, where the core one would be you've already got your audits and things and there's just a gap in time to get your stuff to allow you to keep going, right?
So there is a possibility that he can still achieve his C Corps or Corps right shortly though.
When I talked to him, that was he needed a month or so, but he's not sure. He's still got to work through it. But it's one of those things that he could, and it could turn out that no, he doesn't. But I'm sure they tend to work with people at some point. He'll probably get it set. It's just whether or not it's really soon enough for it to have an impact on our season this year. I'm saving that area for the last part of the year, knowing how to get stuff moving. So
I just find that, say, like for a cost saving of about $30,000 for if we wait a month, I would extend it to about that. The latest, say, like being our next council meeting.
That's exactly why I brought you the options, so you can make the choices. We will have additional dollars in the gravel program if we can't get it turned out in time, because the halls will be different, so it will get soaked up in that. This goes into cost of gravel, not necessarily budget, so more cash flow, if I'm correct in describing that, Yvette, because the cost that you see here goes into the inventory gravel, similar to cash, and then it applies to budget when it comes out. If we have to haul from different locations longer, that's going to impact the budget from a different side.
Mr. Nyberg has basically option 2 is a motion on the table. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm ready to vote.
Any other questions, comments?
Nope.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, 6 opposed is Councilor Gender. Carried.
Mr. Chairman, I have to take my leave. I apologize. I'm off to another meeting.
Lunch is here, so we will break for lunch. at 1:01.
Oh, I just got to.
We have a public hearing scheduled.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Sorry. All right. I'll wait for you.
Go ahead. I have a mute button.
We have a public hearing scheduled for today commencing at 1 p.m. We had a request from an affected party for an adjournment of the public hearing in order to give more time for review and comment.
You have reached mailbox number 40.
You didn't answer. He's calling.
You're phoning him right now.
Okay.
Hello, Dave. Yeah, I'll start this all over again once we have Dave on the phone.
The reset.
Over.
Hello, in. All filled up and ready to go, are you? Good.
Yes, we just reopened the council meeting, Dave.
Okay, good.
It's Councilor Grover is on the phone. And we have a public hearing scheduled for today commencing at 1 p.m.
Yep.
We've had a request from an affected party for an adjournment of this public hearing in order to give more time for review and comment on the land use bylaw amendments. We also have a council member absent for the hearing who voted on the first reading. He had to go to another meeting. For those reasons, council would like to discuss the merits of adjournment. If we adjourn, we would postpone the public meeting to a later date, and any submissions that were already received would be carried over to that date and would not require resubmission. This will also give anyone who missed the notice additional time to make a submission. Second and third reading will not be given until the public hearing is concluded. And is there anyone in the gallery who has a comment on the postponement of the hearing? Okay, seeing none.
I would make that motion then, Mr. Chairman, that we postpone the public hearing for the land use bylaw changes to the next month's meeting, which would be July the 10th.
Any questions or concerns from council? All in favor?
In favor.
Okay, all carried unanimous. So we will be postponed until July 11th. I thank you for everybody that has come in, but pardon me, July 10th, Wednesday, July 10th. That would also be 1 p.m.
Tell them how they can submit if they're unable.
And if you would, yes, you can submit. Either you can come and sit as you did today, or you can provide a written submission if you would prefer, and it will be read out with all of the other submissions. We do have quite a few written submissions that come in, and we will hear them all at the same time now. Okay, thank you. Okay. Request for decision under new business. Re-award 2019 agriculture. Oh, that would be after. Is that after a 3:30? Okay, sorry about that. It was 7:05.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. You can actually pass a motion to award the bursary. When she comes, it's just a photo opportunity and presenting her with her bursary. So you can actually award it to her and make the motion now rather than when she's here. If you.
Okay, so page 38 of our package is for that award 2019 agriculture service bursary.
Turn it over to him.
Okay. Yes, being vice chairman of the Ag Service Board, I was on the selection committee that reviewed all the applications. And I'd like to say we had some excellent applications, and there's a number of them that were very, very worthy of this award. But in the end, once we considered absolutely everything there, that we decided to recommend to council that the $1,000 bursary be awarded to Shaylin McNeil of Erskine. And she is, I believe, going through for a veterinarian, and I think she would like to bring her services back to Stettler when she's done. And so a very top candidate there. So that's our recommendation. And I would now like to make the motion that the council approves this $1,000 bursary to Shaylin McNeil.
Questions or concerns for?
I'd like to say a word.
Yes, Councilor Grover.
Yes, I known this kid since she was a little baby. She actually lives in my ward, and she's a real good candidate for the award.
Good, thank you. Any other comments? All in favor?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. Okay, request for decision, Village of Gadsby admin contract, page 39.
So the Village of Gadsby, as many of you are aware, their CAO and their council resigned. So Municipal Affairs appointed a official administrator who then appointed the County of Stettler to administrate the County of Stettler for the period of June 1st to December 31st while Gadsby completes their viability study. The contract's very similar to what we had with Botha. I've been appointed the CAO, which is great because I get to delegate lots. But it's $5,000 a month, so it'll be roughly $35,000 in revenue.
Good question. Go ahead, Les. Okay.
I will make the motion that the county accept the administration contract for the Village of Gadsby as presented here.
I have a question. How have the calls been? Have you had many calls since you've had that meeting with them?
No, we're right now we're working on getting a bulletin board made up because that was kind of one of the requests, how we're going to communicate with them. So we're getting a bulletin board made up that we're going to put by the post office boxes because that seemed to be their chosen way. And we'll get posters and notices and things like that. We're going to post on the village office. Velvet, who was the assistant out there, part-time assistant, she's going to go in for the next couple weeks on Wednesdays and just answer questions, direct people where they should go. But we've completely brought back all the records and had to move their computer out of there because it wasn't working. So I had to bring it back here and get it set up so we can get going. Their tax notices haven't been sent out. Their tax bylaw hasn't been done, so we're hoping to get that done in a revised budget next week so that we can get their tax notices out on time. So far, it's maybe Rick's had the most work. He's been out meeting with a contractor that's been doing some road work for them, and we're just making sure that it's done correctly and to the contract. Other than that, it's I have a call on my voicemail from Gadsby. That's the first one I've got since we took it over.
Other questions, concerns? Councilor Nixon.
Just a question. When will they start the viability process, or is it already in progress?
It's in progress. Linda Reynolds, who did Botha, is in charge of it. Actually, I've been playing telephone tag with her. But what the minister wants to do, and if you take notice to the letter, I think that's in your package, they're trying to speed it up. So basically, they're talking about doing a tabletop viability review. So the infrastructure study still isn't complete, but the 2018 financial statements have been filed. So they have, those are the two key elements to these viability studies. So they have those, and then probably because Gadsby's population is 27, they'll probably bring everybody in and then try to do like a desktop study, answer their questions, try to tell them what life would be like underneath the County of Stettler, and then take a vote. They're hoping to, if the viability review is positive, to come back to the County of Stettler, that they would move them back underneath us January 1st, 2020.
Yeah, I have never seen one done before, but that's kind of the way I understood it from the Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I both know that the Botha one drug out for several unnecessary meetings.
Right, and I think they really listened to the feedback on that, and especially, this one was initiated by council. It's like, I don't think there's any hard feelings. Nobody petitioned them to do it. They just felt that maybe it was time, and they made the move towards seeing if they should come back or not. So I think it should be, I'm hoping it's a good, positive experience. We did have a water line that was giving a lady some trouble out there, so the guys have gone out and got that repaired, or are working on getting it repaired. We're moving some stuff that was in a ditch that shouldn't have been over to where it should be. I think things are rolling along. Sam is still employed. He's cutting all the grass. We orientated him under our safety program. Rick and Quentin and Randy are backing him up if he needs anything. So he seems to be enjoying it.
And I've had requests from non-residents if they have input into this. So
I've got that question to ask Linda. If taxpayers, even if they're non-residents, can have input, I think you can come to the public hearings, but I think when it gets down to the vote, and Shauna can probably correct me, it's run under the Local Authorities Election Act, and you've got to be a resident to vote, right?
Yeah, it's a vote of electors, basically. You have to be an elector in the village of Gadsby. So the meetings are public, and you can submit how you're affected all you want, but the decision will be the residents of Gadsby.
We have a motion on the table.
Question.
Yes, Councilor Grover, yes.
Will that 35,000 catch the expense of Rick going out there and our staff, and so we can zero that out? Yvette?
Yes, I think so, Dave. I mean, most of them drive by on the way home, so.
Okay, well, no, that's fine. I just don't want to spend 70,000 to get 35 when we didn't have anything to do with it.
No, we're just giving minimum supervision, but also if we do take them over, we want things to be done the way we would have done them, so they don't cause us any grief going forward too. So there's a good opportunity for us to just make sure we get things pointed in the right direction.
Good, thank you.
I would imagine anything extra would be charged.
Absolutely.
At your administration costs, yes.
If we find an alley that needs gravel, if we have to bring Action Plumbing in to repair a sewer line or water line, then the Village of Gadsby pays for all that.
Okay.
That good, Councilor Grover?
I'm good, ready to vote.
Okay. I'm taking it to vote. All in favor?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, carried. 7.7, request for decision, National Drowning Prevention Week proclamation, page 46.
Let Andrew take this.
This is actually just a request that came in from the Life Saving Society Alberta Northwest Territories branch. I believe we signed a proclamation last year as well in support of this. However, this year we actually have the timelines to bring it to all of council. There's no financial implication to it. It's just a ceremonial proclamation.
Mr. Gender?
Motion that we declare July 21st to 27th National Drowning Prevention Week.
Questions, comments? All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Okay, 7.8, U16 soccer. Councillor Nyberg brought that to the table, but you'd received the letter?
We just received this request this week. The Stettler found out they will be hosting the Western Canadian Championships fastball tournament for U19. That will be contestants, I guess, ball players from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia on the weekend of August 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
that would be the August long weekend. And they are looking for some funding support. They have a package here. Platinum sponsorship is $2,500. That gets your logo. They've purchased bags for all the teams coming, or all the members of the teams coming here, and then they're giving them the baseball bags. So $2,500 would include our logo on the bags, 4 free event passes, tickets to the banquet. Gold sponsorship is a full page advertisement and 4 event passes. Silver is $500 half page advertisement, and bronze is $250 business card advertisement. They've also requested the Reeve attend their banquet on Saturday, August 3rd, and give some words.
Question to Nikki, what was the gold? Like you said,
The platinum was $2,500, the gold was $1,000, the silver was $500, and the bronze was $250.
$1,000. Questions or comments?
Funds usually where we take them out of. Yeah.
I think we do have a bit of money in the recreation fund, but could we use the rural development fund for something like this? That's what I would suggest.
Any other questions or comments?
Voice, administration, which one would you take right now?
Rural development fund.
Councilor Grover, anything? Did we lose you?
How many dollars?
$1,000 for gold.
Oh, yeah. That was the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Out of rural development fund.
Good. Good place to take it from. I'm ready to vote. Get at her.
Okay. If seeing no other questions, all in favor?
Yep, favor.
Okay. Now, so we are, there's nothing on additions that we need to go through right now, is there? No. So I guess we're to our reports.
Mr. Chairman, what about the council request for?
Oh, that was under, where did we?
For information, council bylaw and CAO, CAO and procedure bylaw.
Well, that was under, okay, yeah, so council's request for information, 6.1, is our delegation, 6.2 is the bylaw update for CAO, procedure and council procedure. I reviewed the bylaws and had looked, we're still referring back to 3-year terms and pieces like that. So as we're going through our policies and our bylaws, I felt that this should be something else we review. So I just wanted to bring that forward to get the nod that it can start to be reviewed and then brought back to council. So yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I also would suggest that the procedural bylaw is your guys' governing document, and I feel like when we begin to review it, it should probably start with a workshop between all of you to determine how you would like your meetings to be run and go forward, and what you'd like your meetings to look like, and what to do when various situations arise, and mostly, suggestions on what kind of procedures you want to go through that aren't necessarily Robert's Rules of Order, because it is your prerogative to run your meetings the way you are. You are the masters of your own meetings, and so I think that update should begin with you guys, rather than suggestions from administration. My clarification.
recommendations and come back to council on what our next step should be.
I'll make the motion to start the process to review our procedure bylaw. And which one did you?
And council procedure and CAO procedure, because the two work hand in. Questions, comments? All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Carried. Okay, am I missing anything else on that first page? Okay, reports. Chief Administrative Officers Report 273.
As submitted, Mr. Chairman, any questions I can try and answer?
The high flyer got himself in more trouble than I know.
Highlight of the council or the CEO?
Question to Yvette, Mr. Chairman, any of those related to you this time, those high flyers, Yvette?
I think the last one was related to my husband, but
Any other questions on it, on the Chief Administrative Officer's report? If seeing none, all in favor?
Favor.
Yes. Carried. Okay, we've got accounts, electronic funds transfer, our accounts visa, our bank reconciliation, our reserves, and our year-to-date budget report. Is there any questions on any of those? Councilor Needs?
I was just going to say, our 72,000% over.
Is that the tax or the penalties?
No, it's on income someplace, yeah, so it's all good.
Yeah. Well, we always budget a nominal amount, right? And then, $5 usually blows it out of the water, so we'll take it.
We budgeted zero.
I'll move that the nationals be accepted as presented.
That debt cancellation, is that to do with the oil companies that are just going on down then?
Allowance for doubtful accounts, and then when we get to the perk stage, then we write it off, and then we try to collect back, and then we basically have a receivable for what we get back for education.
That's for this year, and like what dollar value was it for this year for them?
Trident was, well, we weren't 100% sure, but we knew Trident was having some problems. So we took the 2018 taxes and basically took the majority of them and put them on allowance for doubtful accounts. So we basically took that hit in the 2018 financial statements. Now today, they've pressed the button and the tax notices are coming off the printers. We will be issuing property taxes or levying property taxes against Trident Resources. They have now, in the hands of the receiver, doubtful that we'll get or see much of that money in 2019, but we're hoping to work with the receiver and cover as much as we can. But we're probably looking at writing another $2 million into allowances for doubtful accounts and hopefully to recover in 2020. Yeah. And then, of course, everything's assessed at December 31st. So even the benefits of the huge development we've got going on in Erskine, we won't see those till 2020. We've got a couple more tough years, but I'm hoping right now we seem to have stable. Most of the oil companies that we have right now in the county of Stettler, our big ones, are pretty stable, I guess. They're coping and they're still paying their taxes. So unless something really flares up, I think they would be getting stronger, or I can't see them, folding. They would have done it by now. So we've got our fingers crossed. And I know that they're all very appreciative. I've heard from a couple of them. The council did not raise the tax rate on linear and commercial this year. So I think that's.
The point that I just see from this is just letting our residents know that we are not out of the woods yet, that still get ready for tax hikes, or
We try to offset it as best we can. In the last year and a half, through retirements or attrition or various other reasons, we've taken 7 senior staff positions out of the county of Stettler, which we didn't replace, and has saved us, $1.3 to $1.4 million in salaries and benefits. So, we've got that power line going through will help us. The new development in Erskine will help us. And, we have people, the girls are pretty busy, so we've got people that are, looking at building shops, things like that, so that'll all help.
I'm just hoping that the people realize the tax cuts that we have had, what we are doing for beneficial in order to be able to provide, say, like much the same services. I just want this message to be out there.
I think one of the key things, other than the staff reductions, is we cut 3 grader beats. Saved us a bunch of money in this year's budget. We're still getting around. I think our service level is still pretty good, but it's just going to take a little longer. You're used to seeing your grader every 2 weeks. You're going to see your grader every 3 weeks. But the guys are doing a great job, and the roads seem to be in pretty good shape. And we're still dealing with, we get a complaint, and we're dealing with it as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much, Yvette. Appreciate it.
Questions? No questions from you, Dave?
No, I'm good with it.
Okay.
So the only thing was in reserves, that's before we get the taxes in for this year. They're 9.7, is that right?
Yes.
And I wanted to know how much of that is committed, or just roughly. If you don't have it, that's fine.
Well, we do have some reserves, like the gravel reserves, the bridge reserves, things like that. Those funds have been allocated as per council resolutions. But the rest of them, you can move them back and forth. We are saving up for some capital purchases, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't take $80,000 that had maybe been put aside for a spray truck and move it to administration for a new photocopier. Not that I want a new photocopier,
You're not
but
going to
that's
make that
just
spray
an
truck.
example that I'm looking for. Yeah.
You're not going to make the spray truck very happy. Ag Service Board, but yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to know how much of it was roughly. It didn't matter. Thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Stolberg had a motion on the table. All in favor?
In favor.
Councillor fee sheets. Yes.
I just, on behalf of Councillor Nyberg, he noted in his fee sheet that he had entered one meeting twice, so he would like one of those April 30th meetings removed from that, or deducted, I should say. I think he put it on right away so he wouldn't forget it from the end of April, and then when he did May's, he just added it back in again. So anyways, one of those he would like removed.
One more that he forgot that he wants to add on, and I don't recall what that was, but something to do with his ASHA board. So, but he'll
can do that.
Put that out with him.
Okay. So as long as people are getting for what we commit to. Absolutely. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, no, I guess we need to have a motion on the table first for Councillor Neitz. Okay, pass. All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Consent agenda items. Alberta Municipal Affairs Gatsby Viability Study. It's really a follow-up to what we've been through already. Alberta Plastics Recycling Group 11.2 Pilot Project Program Operator.
Wayne sent out the email that Clean Farms had been is the pilot program operator, so we just wanted to make everybody aware of that. I see there was a big provincial announcement also.
The program is taking shape, and it'll get moving
Have you mentioned did they ever tell you the type of twine that they would take?
They don't take net wrap, and because it's a combination of different kinds of plastic. And I sent an email when we talked about that last time, and they never did get back to me. I'll have to resend it.
Just people are buying twine also for recycling.
I'll make a note to myself and resend that.
And then a couple of consent agenda items that were added also under 11, or 11.3, 11.4, under additions, was Penoskey Farms concerns over the Lone Pine Colony Water Act application, which is basically a request back to Alberta Environment on if there's anything been done in the last, it's been 16 to 18 months since everything had started on it. So they were asking if there was any further progress on it, and I believe part of that letter was that a FOIP request in there also?
A request to us?
No, like it asked them to provide a copy of all.
Oh, to Alberta Environment.
Yeah. Down also, please provide a copy of all file documents from January 1st to present. Would that be that, or?
It lacks some of the information you need. The FOIP request, but certainly AAP could respond to him saying, pay your $25 and provide this additional information, and we'll consider it as such.
And also there was another from Lindsay and Donna Penoskey, concerns for the Central East Transfer Out Transmission Project, which is the second power line that we've talked about just earlier.
And Mr. Chairman, I know some of their concerns are questions that we asked today that the ASO guys were in here talking to us, and I think a lot of us have the same questions. Couldn't they double up a little bit instead of running sort of thing? And that seems to be the gist of Lindsay and Donna's letter to me. So,
and the county of there's a letter included in the package from the county of Painterth asking some questions also on it. So it just brings a little more information, but also a few more questions. Councilor Jen.
One of the pages, it'd be page 11, Laura Partridge. Who is she, or what position does she hold?
Water Act approvals? And she's, I think, the key caseworker on this one. Larry and I met with her last year. Yeah. But we've heard nothing.
Still held in limbo?
That's what Penoskey's are basically asking over Environment.
What is the status of the water line to the colony there? Is it still connected and they still being charged?
Yeah, they're still utilizing water and still could get more water if required. Yeah. And they're not diverting any water from those wells, as Mr. Penoskey's letter indicated, that even with their expansion, they still have enough existing water to run everything. So that's his question to Alberta Environment. Yeah. Councilor Gender?
Can they put the pipeline in, or do they have to wait for approval?
Environment did inquire through Shirley McClellan if there was, with our allocation, if they could get more water. We said absolutely. So they took that information, and we haven't.
That was the last conversation, wasn't it?
Line in, but not tie in, or tied in, and then.
Well, I guess it's on private land, but I
would have to get road crossing, well, they should be getting road crossing agreements with the county, though.
haven't signed any road crossing agreements.
Pipeline be all on their own property, or would it be on neighboring properties?
It was pretty well all on theirs.
Yeah, it was just the only spot it would go deviate from their property is we're across the road right away. Yeah. Okay. Can you move the reports to accept the report? Okay. Receive for information. consent agenda items. All in favor?
Favor.
Okay, carried. Councilor Needs.
Just wonder if you and Ernie could give us a status update on the surf committee and the track.
I missed the last meeting. It was just prior to us taking off on our FCM. But apparently at that one there, they had taken it into like the 100 men. And they'd put it forward in there. And there was, I guess it ran a close second. But there was some other...
Brought their dog in that was walking on its front feet, so that kind of...
reference over, say, like the surf committee. Right now, we are standing at being about $30,000 to $40,000 short on the funds that are already raised. They are looking at very shortly on removing the rubber from the track, and then after that, starting prepared. For all they're going to be doing now is just instead of putting asphalt or shaping any asphalt, they're just going to be resurfacing it, just with get it ready just to put down. I believe there's 2 layers of rubber that they're going to be putting down on it. We are trying to find different ways on finding or funding the rest of the project, whether anywhere from say like logos in order to build it on lanes. We're still debating like what price do you put on whether you want to have a logo on a lane for what distance, what dollars to charge, that sort of thing. But this is where we're kind of sitting. We've got another meeting here coming up. It's supposed to be in by tomorrow, and what date that we are going to be having our next meeting to see where it's really coming from there.
Funding is very close, and I think with the sponsorship pieces, once people get out, there's some major sponsors we could be talking to too, which would, there's some major corporations that like to sponsor the name on the facility itself. But it was just felt that they wanted to see if we had gotten this 100 men donation, it would have been a very small amount we were looking for, and they felt it would be more worthy to look at an overall project with football fields and lights and stands that would benefit all of the functions on that site. So I know it's the next meeting will be fairly quick, I would imagine, so that'll show the next steps for it.
I need one of the board members, you had written in kind of a note stating like what financially because they're looking at doing lights, bleachers, anything like that. And I forget if it's anywhere about $250,000 to $300,000. That would be an additional one over and above this, but no real commitments on this one yet. It's just kind of floating there right now.
Other issues, because we've got a 3:30 delegation. Yes.
Thought I had, Mr. Chairman. I know it's difficult to control the length of some of the delegations, but some of the delegations kind of get out of hand. And from a 15 or 20 minute that they're allowed, it goes into 3/4 of an hour or so, and it really makes our meeting seem be long, I guess. So I don't know if there's any thing we can do about that except maybe cut the microphone off, I guess.
And tell them that right at the start, but that's part of our council procedure bylaw is.
And it is hard to do. Sometimes it's hard to do. You get like the lady from Stars, who certainly has a story to tell, and that's a 45-minute presentation instead of 15 or 20. So, and there's others as well. But just especially when we've got a full agenda, it just kind of probably not for you young guys, but for me, anything after 2 o'clock,
It's also too how many delegations we allow, I think too, and we just have to have and some they may really want to get in front of us, but they may have to wait another, based on how the rest of our agenda looks, they may have to wait another month. Councilor Needs?
There's one report I thought I handed in, but I forgot. My last rural crime prevention meeting, I couldn't make notes because my computer kept crashing on me. But I did attend the Alberta Community Crime Prevention in Canmore for the first 2 days with Lee Hardman and Tom Fisher, and it was really, really good. And I really like the networking there, because a lot of Alberta communities and municipalities come to this, and you have RCMP there, you have city police, and then community members that attend this. So it's very good. And then they bring in people from around the world, actually. And this time they brought in from the police force of Perth, Australia. And they were telling us some of the things that they did to combat crime in the city of Perth. And it was good to get, their perspective of things going on. And it was good to talk to people around here, what they're doing. And one of the things that we took away from that is trying to what are some of the best ways to try and inform people of what they can do to make their properties and places safer and communities safer. And from the town of Old, they every year they host a trade show focused on crime prevention, and they get everybody involved, securities and RCMP and police, peace officers, and they make a huge trade show out of it. We looked at it and thought, well, when we took it to our rural crime committee here, we thought, well, we don't want to do something like that. That would take a lot of time, money, and effort. And we're our small community, so we figured we could do something like that on a much smaller scale at just hopping on with our own trade show and bringing in the RCMP and our peace officers, and then also FCSS, and seeing if they wanted, different organizations, and trying to get like a corner of the trade booth so that they could go around, and when people are going through, they can kind of hit the flow of everyone. So it's about talking to different organizations and seeing if they would like to do something like that. So we're thinking about that right now for next year. Trying to hop onto that and just to help out our communities. And we they also brought in Doug Griffith. He does the 13 Ways, but he had done a lot of research on the way in which people think and why different people go out and do crime and why others don't. And that was really interesting, listening to that and different kinds of reasons why there's crime out there. One of them, some of them are poverty, parental neglect, violence, drugs, alcohol abuse, mental illness, lack of economic opportunity, boredom, and social pressure. So, and then he went through a whole bunch of different kind of personalities and stuff that affect people and why they turn to crime. So it's interesting to hear that.
Follow up to that, Mr. Chairman. We had an incident out in the Red Willow area there where somebody broke into a place along 601 and then took off on foot, stole a bike, quad, and with the WhatsApp that they have up in that area there, they finally found the guy. Police were alerted, and they run him down north of Stettler. And he broke into a house, and there was a young kid sleeping, or a young man, 19-year-old or something like that, sleeping in the house, and he found the keys. He came out and tried to get a car running. By that time, Sergeant Penny was there in his street clothes and running shoes and took the guy down. But and he had a arm's length of charges against him. But we had a meeting in Red Willow, rural crime meeting, just shortly after our other meeting that Cherie was talking about. And so Sergeant Penny had each one of the guys go through their story, like the owner where he broke into on 601. And somebody'd seen the guy go into a shop, and he yelled at him, shot a gun in the air, which he should never have done, because that had to be reported as well. This guy, high on meth, broke through the wall of the garage, went a couple of miles across country up stole a quad and then headed out this way and ended up on the, it's a Tower Road, I guess. Farther up there is where they finally whipped him around. But so they had the person whose quad was stolen talk, and then the person whose house they broke into talk, and then the person who trailed him around on his truck through the fields and whatnot talk, and then they just asked if anybody had learned anything about that. The fellow whose house they broke into, he said, you know what, he learned quite a bit. He said because they had a shotgun or a gun or something flipped against the wall for their own use, but he said this guy broke in, he could have taken that gun and used it against somebody, so he said that taught him a lesson. His guns are locked up from now on, so you know it was quite a experience for a lot of the people in the area, a learning experience for a lot of us up there. Yes.
We're not holding everybody up.
Just wanted to share with everyone, like with our trip with SVM down to Quebec, just some highlights on some of the personnel that you meet down there. I'll have to say, actually, Quebec City, the people are extremely pleasant. I'll say very much comparative, basically, is around here, very open arms. What was interesting there, when I was walking along, I come across a couple, a man and a woman from Ontario. And so she just asked me, what are our concerns out here? I says, well, in Quebec, you have rail, you have trucks, you have water source in order to be able to move your product. Out here, we are landlocked. We don't have any pipelines, or very few of them. She just kind of looked at me and said, I didn't know that. So like, how do we get across to the people, and how do we move our product when, like, something so simple, we have not been able to get it across to people that we want to share our wealth with the rest of the country. There was one other. Okay, there was, when we went to one session on Sunday morning at 7 o'clock, there were 4 panelists. 3 of them were very much promoting, say, like the energy side. But there was one individual, I'll say about 50-ish, he got up very, I'll say, to the point, from Quebec, and he said, there's a municipality on the north side of Montreal that when they, didn't name the pipeline outfit, but he said that when they come in and said, this is where we are going with the pipeline, and everyone was on side with it. Then all of a sudden the time come when they went and changed it. He said that pissed us off. Now he said, like, we've got our arms up against it. Say, okay, how the hell do we, see, like, after all the negotiation, we put it behind us. I went over and talked with the person that the municipality was, and he did name the pipeline outfit, but I don't care to say it today. But he said, yes, it did happen. So these are little barriers that we have to work at. So how do we get across to people that we are one country, that we want to move our products so we get shared?
I could give a recap of FCSS, I guess, because it's early. They recently got a request from the government to do a report on how the recession in this province has affected FCSS, and of course Shelley was working on it, and it definitely, the volumes of work that's requested of FCSS here in Stettler has dramatically increased, and the same with Crisis Aid. So I mean, the recession has really affected this community in lots of ways, and Crisis Aid had put their name forward for 100 women and 100 men, and actually they were successful on the 100 women one, but not on the 100 men, of course. So that will give them some breathing space, I guess, with that money to continue on. And our director at FCSS is on a short-term medical leave right now, but the rest of the staff hope to carry on without her right now. And for Parkland Regional Library, the new building and everything is still a go, because there was quite a delay while they were waiting for title. But everything's a go there, except they haven't actually chosen their location yet because of the cost of internet. But other than that, it still will fly. And they're looking at, being that Maskwacis is the only native reserve in our Parkland Regional Library, they're looking at maybe that one would be better administered by the next regional library board, which has several reserves on it. So that is something that they're looking at as well. And then they're also, I guess, in the requisition side, I guess Parkland Regional Library charges probably the least requisition of any regional library board in Alberta. So they're probably looking to maybe move that up a little bit, but that's still in the works too.
Sorry, Les, no more money.
Yeah, I know.
Here. Counselor Grover?
Yes, I'm here.
Move to,
I have full
move to
report.
adjourn. Yeah. Okay, we're adjourned.
Adjourn.